Hello, welcome. Welcome to Flying with Mike. I hope you all have had a great rest of your Monday after that very interesting SSG flight yesterday. Um, just about everything you could think of in one flight. But anyway, that was yesterday. Today, Cebu Pacific again. We are in the Far East. As the title says, Incheon, Korea to Manila in the Philippines. Ought to be fun. We are in the A330-900 Neo from ToLiss. I think this is probably ranking up there as one of my favorites. Right next to Fearless. Hopefully the SSG can live up and get me back into flying the real long haul Queen of the Sky. But if it doesn't, I still have the great Fearless 747. So classic. All right, so we're on the line, like I said, here in Incheon, and I'm here to tell you, wow, don't try to go for the infield. Okay, just terminal either on the south or the north end because you end up where they have to be bused to you, which is fine. I mean, I get it. You park where you can at these super ultra busy airports like Incheon, but boy, I'd like to have the jetway. It was just kind of a trip. But anyway, we've got the caterers, we've got the fuel trucks, we've got the baggage and cargo loaders all in too. So I hope y'all enjoy. Again, it's Incheon to Manila. Now, I am attempting this on VATSIM. I just haven't connected yet. So without further ado, let's head up into the office area, take a look at the flight real quick and get after it. We've done a couple of things, and I do mean a couple. We got a late jump. Compliments of a movie I have been wanting to see again. Um, and the movie's name was Midway. It's the newer one, not the one with Charlton Heston and Henry, or I want to say Henry Ford. Oh, forgive me. Anyway, what's his first? I can't think of his first name right now. But anyway, that was a great movie. Don't get me wrong. But the one with Dennis Quaid and a couple of other big stars not coming to. Woody played Woody. Can't think of his name. Anyway, I know, memory shot. Don't worry about it, folks. Hopefully, when you hit close to 60, things will fire more cylinders than me. Anyway, phenomenal movie. And I think there's parts of that movie I had never seen. I think. I am just flat out not remembering if I did. So that was the delay. One, I didn't realize how long it was. And two, I couldn't get away from it. So, anyway, if you get a chance, it's on Netflix this for sure this month, Midway. Um, so I don't think there's a subtitle to it, but anyway, Midway. I only had one problem with it, and I get maybe why the creator of that movie did what they did. When the Japanese military and all talked, it was in Japanese. That's what it should be. I get it. For y'all hammer me, I get it. I had no clue what they were saying. If there were subtitles in the movie, we didn't get them, or I didn't know how to turn them on. But yeah, that was my only challenge in the movie was understanding what the Japanese were saying. I know most of the basics to Midway. I've read a couple of books on it, watched the Charlton Heston and Henry Fonda. I was close. It wasn't Ford. It was Henry Fonda. So anyway, um, great movie that was, but this one, I guess because you have more CG 30, 40 years later to really amp it up. And they did a great job. So, and that's why I'm late. So, but anyway, let's get down to business. I know you're tired of looking at Sim Toolkit. Why it didn't auto connect, I have no idea. All right, so here's our basic rundown from Incheon. One of these days, I've done it before here. I'm gonna start flying out of Seoul. That is a cool airport to fly out of. You're right up by the DMZ. DMZ. Sorry, I'm going. Is it DMZ? Then I'm thinking, oh wait, you're thinking that's that silly show about paparazzi on TV. That, yeah. Anyway, say what? Am I scheduled out of RKSI or RKSS? I'm out of RKSI. Why did I see RK? Oh, I was on that airplane. Okay. I'm like, what the heck? I'm at the airport I want to fly out of. Why am I at the other one? Oh, you gotta love it live, folks. You know, you guys over in YouTube get this and go, what? What? You gotta see it live, folks. Live, anything live can really, really make things hilarious. Anyway, so today's flight, now that we have established we are at Incheon, not Seoul, that was great. We're planning, and that is in big air quotes, 1-6 left. I think that's fair. Um, you can see the route. It's lengthy, it's long, and I'm not going through it all. There is a step climb in here. We'll see if we get to it. We are planning runway 6, which I am double checking here. Double checking. Maybe. See what I mean? You just never know. And runway 6 looks awesome. 11,500 feet of runway. Heck, I'd have gone for 1-3 even. I think we can get this thing stopped in 73, 7,400 feet. But anyway. So, let me get a couple things turned on here. All right. We'll kind of zoom in. All right. So today's loadout looks, whoa, what did I click? The flight plan. Oh, really? Huh. Learned something new. I didn't know that was. I should have known. Anyway, here's the operating flight plan. We'll go back to that. Let's go to the load plan. I thought that was further down. That's why I'm kind of caught off guard there. Payload today, 65,780 pounds, 0 fuel weight. We're aiming for 362,301 pounds. We'll be in that ballpark. Fuel, we're currently, loved it. My only criticism of ToLiss so far, we're defueling. I don't get that. Anytime when I was in the Air Force or Air National Guard, either one, we defueled an airplane. There was a reason a crash truck was standing by because it usually overfilled. So, um, which then prompted us to have to put the white stuff on the fuel stuff to prevent the fuel guy from lighting up his cigarette sitting there waiting on it to do his thing. That always cracked me up too. But anyway, yeah, fuels guys, I understand you get used to it. You don't even think of the smell. I get that. We've all got jobs or have done things. We get used to it. That was wild. We had a huge fuel spill under a C9. Basically, it's a DC9 that had the red crosses, if any of you are old enough to remember them. But anyway, we had a rather large fuel spill, and we put foam on it. Here come these fuels guys just walking through, smoking their cigarettes right through the foam. And we're like, really? You can't smell the foam or the fuel? I mean, it was really pungent. And yeah, I guess you get oblivious to it. They would have been to oblivion had they gone much further. So, but anyway, those were days long gone. So, 299 brave souls not walking through the fuel smoking, thank goodness. Um, will be on the plane, and we'll have a cost index of 55 down to Manila. Yes, we can drive 55. Yes, we can. And departing Incheon, we'll climb up to 38,000 and then 40 at Leska, which is on the Yankee 579. Only reason I know that, I had to erase it for something else. All right, so that looks like a pretty good flight ahead of us. Weather-wise, not looking too bad. Winds out of the north, let's call it out of the east, at about 4. We had this once before. Scattered at 1,500 feet, broken at 6,000. It could. That wind may keep the atmosphere charged a little bit so it doesn't turn into fog. That was one of the great flights. 00 fog into Incheon. Oh, was that awesome. Actually, it was in the MD-11 too, for those of you that like that plane. So really a beautiful day eventually here once the sun gets up, burns it off. By the way, the sun's coming up there a day later. Down in Manila, Manila, variable wind at 2. Also a temperature very close to producing fog, but that broken layer at 10,000 hopefully will hold it off. So beautiful day. We're planning again runway 6 as you see there. I'm gonna pre-file real quick, and we'll be on our way. All right, just got to fill a couple blocks in here. Always have to. There's only rare times where I don't. Not sure what compels, what it takes to get that to happen, but only a couple times. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're due to launch out of here in about 20 minutes, so bear with me. I am going to try and get through this rather quickly. Be mindful, YouTube is available. We're not on it, but you can always go over there, catch this later tonight when it releases, and you can, watch what you need to learn on getting this thing up and going. Now, I usually follow checklists. I really haven't yet found a good quote 330 checklist. I've got a good A321, but I really like my concise 319 one. Why do I say that and not the 330? Because they're all, for the most part, the same cockpit. Okay, so now you've all heard me talk of some things I'd like to see on the A321, the A320neo, and the A319. Of course, I also mean the neo for the A321. What I'd like to see is what they've done here. Let's head over to the EFB. This is what we normally get. Your AvTab, y'all know that one. It's free if you don't, and I highly recommend it. The map alone is really good, but you can tie it to your NavGraph account, and, really expand upon it. You have your weight and balance. We have that in the other aircraft. We have our takeoff, he says. Been having a lot of problems clicking on things lately. Landing, that's a cool perk. All of them have that. And your checklists. Cool. Now, what's new with the A330 is you can also now put what's called the ISCS. Now, you all are going, what the heck is that? That is this plugin right here. Instead of having to go here for most of it. So if you want to do, say, aircraft sims, startups, faults, sounds, joysticks, and settings and accounts, you used to have, and on those other aircraft, the 319, 320, 321s, you have to go to this. The A330 is incorporated if you select it, and I forget where, but the manuals will yell at you where it's at. So, highly recommend doing this. This makes things like this page, loading if you choose this route, so much easier. So, what we're going to do, get rid of the caterers. Okay. We'll go outside to watch because I think what ToLiss has done is amazing. They've got the actual stabilized bars operating besides the doors. The only sad thing in the whole animation, and folks, it's just if you're basically nitpicking is what I'm doing. So ToLiss, take it at that value. Hey, Dennis Burkamp, welcome aboard. Which X-plane aircraft do I recommend that's on sale? I'll be totally honest, I don't know what's all on sale. This one right here is one of my favorites. Any ToLiss aircraft, if they're on sale, highly recommended. Highly, highly recommended. They're not hard to learn, and animation, as you just saw, is phenomenal. Really a good plane. We got a 4-hour flight basically today. This is a phenomenal aircraft. Flies short and long haul, so covers the whole gambit. Cebu Pacific uses this thing all over the Philippines, so you can already tell they're not long there. You can find them short elsewhere too. So I would recommend this one, but if Fearless is on sale, that's another one. Those would be my two. Like I said, I'm not 100% certain. What did my auto mod hold back? Wrong page. Oh yeah, that was the right page. Wrong thing. There we go. A319 is a wonderful airplane. But I'm not sure why that word is. Hang on, I'm going through. Should have came through. Got it all. The A319 is really good. Not really sure why the auto mod was picking up on that word, but it was nonetheless. So my apologies there. Don't know. Like I said there, Mr. Burkimp, why it was. So anyway, let's get up here and get going since we got rid of them. Okay, fueling is done, so we can kick over the APU. what you see here, by the way, you can pretty much apply to the A319. Just they are that similar cockpit wise. Obviously, I've got a lot more fuel, so there may be more fuel pumps and all of that, but overall, really, this is a phenomenal aircraft. Okay, and while that's spooling up, let's move on down. Did our cockpit lights already? Flap lever 0 up top. And up on the bottom, spoilers are down. Speed brake retracted, probe heat. That's where we should be going here. Oh, let me explain what's here. You have this button, this button. Basically, it does, it allows you to work from your radio management system. The A319 has this too, just not this styled radio. And I can turn my external power off here in a second. I can push it back if I want, if I don't have better pushback. Put the fuel in, ground handling, and de-ice. Over here, it's your doors, by the way, for the baggage. This will be your cabin doors. Sorry, folks. The way the weather is here in St. Louis, and wacky as it is, wow, my allergies are wacky too. And if it's not allergies, it's sinus drainage. Oh. All right. So you can open all your doors. Now, auto basically means when I pull into the gate, so some of these doors will actually, once I set the brakes, turn the seatbelt sign off, turn the beacons off, not necessarily in that order, but that's what has to happen. And they start, the brigade starts coming. The baggage loader in the back, then the front door, then the baggage loader in the front, and then the final one. There's 3 baggage loaders, by the way, on this plane. So you can do all of that from here. Like I said, ToLiss has spared us nothing. Now, I am going to begin here in the next week or two, might be this week, learning how to bring this ACARS system to life again. Somebody many months ago told me they'd come up, and of all places, Chicago, and help me through it. Never did. Never even offered. Never, 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 never. So I got connected once, but he just didn't use it, which is why I'm not in a rush to learn it, but I'd like to learn it. So to that end, I've got a couple of tutorials and a manual to go through to get this up and running in future flights. All right, so let's get going. We kind of gone on to a little bit of babbling here, so hang on a second as I get caught up. APU available. Okay, so then we'll turn the probe heat on. I'm sorry, make sure it's in auto, which Airbus, just realize if your switches are dark, they're where they need to be. If they're white like this, they'll have to be turned off. Now the APU bleed is not, because you got to turn that on. And then we can actually come off ground power. Air conditioning should be, all packs should be on. And I'm going to drop a little bit of cooling in the cockpit, a little warmth in there. Running 299. Oh, not the pack, my bad. Oh, pack flow. I do have that on. Some of them it's a push button. Sorry, that's why I automatically defaulted. And okay, turn your ADIRs on up here. This is your IRS alignment in Boeings. Okay, now with that on, we just want to come down, checking everything. Anyone, I put this out several times. If anyone knows how to, in your A319 320s, it's very simple. You just turn the ground control on, and there's a button here that says CVR test. I have no idea where that is. And when somebody tells me, it's going to really probably be embarrassing because it's probably right in front of me and I don't see it. And I've even zoomed in and can't find it. So if you know where this check is, I would sure. I love doing all the checks that I can, but is it required? No. All right. Everything's good. We'll turn the fuel pumps on after the get the ADIRs up and going. Strobes set. Okay, so your strobes are in auto. Your nav logo 1 and 2. Don't get confused thinking it's nav lights and logo lights or both. They're both nav and logo. Each switch will turn both on. It just is if you see a wingtip light out, that's a required item. If it's out, go to number 2 or number 1, whichever one you weren't on. If it lights up, away you fly. If not, you wait on a mechanic. In the real world, in the sim world, who cares? To be totally honest. And then our no smoking. In this case, no portable electronic devices is in auto. Emergency lights auto. Um, the switch here, this rotary, that is your landing altitude auto, is if it's 12 o'clock straight up. And then cross bleed set, pack flow set. And we're ready to start programming up the McDo. And now it says I can turn the fuel pumps on. And believe me, you can probably get started without the fuel pumps in most planes. Some of them, I think this is one of them, you will not. Okay, let's get down here. Like I said, get to work. Now, one bad thing about this plane, I keep ending up, I think if I put it here, I'm safe. What do I mean by I'm safe? What I like to be down where I'm looking more at the panel, but every time I click here, I'm clicking something here. So I don't know if that's a ToLiss issue or not. It's annoying, but is it? No. I'll still recommend this plane every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And what it does is it reaches out to SimBrief with that, and it's getting all this data out of SimBrief from the flight plan you filed to the winds. And now I'm going to pick up the pace. Oh, heck, I don't know what gate I'm in. Doggone it. Let's see, where am I? Okay. What I'm doing here, just so you know, I'm going to here, I'll bring it up because Words are worth more than $1 million sometimes. Okay, so I'm looking for... Okay, that's not where I am. All right. I am in, it looks like number 20. Okay, I'm going to check something real quick. Sometimes we can see them on the ground. We are 20. Okay. So 3727.2. 3727.2. So we need to go down. 3727.2. 126.27.0. Click. Okay. Align, confirm, boom. So when this timer gets down to 4 or gets down to 0, will then be aligning closer to this spot than God knows where the reference point is on this airport. Okay, so that's what I'm doing there, folks. All right, so let's get the winds. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and do the weight. All right. No extra time, 52.4, 52.5. We'll put that in. All right. We're running out of here at 362.4. Okay. And 27.5. So 362.4. Correct? Yeah. Diagonal 27.5. Okay, we're looking good. Go to takeoff because that's where we'll be next. All right, now let's head over here and let's go to F plan. And I'm going to do a lot of this here just working with NavGraph charts. That's not good. Sorry, folks, my nose is just really going bonkers. Okay. All right, we don't have any 8 cars. I'm going to go with 1-6. Select your runway. We're doing 1-6. Left. Departure. Bopt. BOPT to hotel. Is there a transition? Bopta. And what we can do is as I transition through this, we can watch it here. I'm going to be watching the chart most There was a transition. Hopefully BAPTA works. It looks okay. All right, so 5:30 we make the turn to 50 to 100. 20, 130, 140, BAPTA. Okay. And then I'm just going to watch this for any discontinuities. There's our step climb at Leska. Everything looks good. Top of descent into Manila. Manila. Kind of wild. We're going to come in kind of like an exaggerated downwind base to it. All right, so there's Polio. All right, arrival. Let me check the chart. Sometimes it tells you, oh, RNIP. Okay. Huh. Did they go down? They did. Okay. Tower was up in Manila. Still, runway 6. Let's select an approach. So Daggett, that looks good. Oh yeah, that I love. Okay, that'll work. Um, okay, so we are going to do the, hang on. I believe it's RNAV. Yep, RNAV. We're coming in on poly 3. Poly 3R. Looks like our transitions automatically, or via is automatic. Do we have a transition on this one? Actually, I'm kind of, I guess it is. Okay, so poly, this is something I do like about Airbus. It picks up where you left off. All right, so Polly to Mandy to Yanny to Daggett. Okay, that looks good. Then it goes down to LL6 for the approach. And then we track in 12 miles out. Could we have done the ILS? Yes. 6D, 6B, and then the runway. Cool. Now, you'll have the way to the missed approach point, which is LL06 Hotel. And if you decide to divert, we're going to Miami. See, MIA. Oh, wait, that's Manila. The 3-letter. Actually, I don't know what our alternate is. Now I do. Oh, we're going to Clark. Okay, that's a cool airport. We were there a couple of weeks ago. Really a fun airport here on the stream. That is the old Clark Air Base. Those of you who were there during Vietnam and points before and after, till U.S. forces pulled out. Really a neat airport. That's cool. All right, so we're going to Clark. All right, put that back to ARC and put that away. All right, now let's check RadNav. RadNav looks good. And bear with me a second. Whoop. Clear. I'm going to go ahead, get rid of. You can tell we're getting close to getting ready to go. We're going to show a couple neat things this little device can do. It was actually pretty cool. That's why I really love this plane. Okay, and then we're going to perf, and you know what that means. That's right, we're headed back to the EFB. Hit reset. Why is it saying 1.5 left? There it goes. Finally, the reset took. Okay, so let's check our weather. Latest METAR that I have is 30 minutes old out of Incheon, 030 at 4. Temperature 2 degrees. 3024, is that what 1024 equates to? Yes. Dry anti-ice looks good. 13,000, and we'll run with heat computing. And that's what we're looking at, folks. 3,300 feet. Let's do it. All right, so that's if we flex. There's our, you can see it, our takeoff thrust in the list here. Our configuration auto will put us at 1, and our speeds will be anywhere from 130 to 144 on V1, rotating at 144. Those of you unfamiliar, V1 is safety. That's your point of no return. If you lose an engine after, at, or above V1, you're to do your best, put it in the air, burn fuel off, dump fuel off, come back and land. Before V1, you should have enough room to lock them up. In a sense, that's what the anti-skid's there to prevent. But anyway, V2 is the speed to safely climb with one engine. So had you lost that engine after V1, committed to flight, you need to go faster than 146 to maintain your climb over your obstacles with one engine in this plane. Up 2.5, and green dot in the Airbus means flaps up. All right, so let's transition back to the McDo. Okay, so over here, click uplink. You're going to get the same basic page. Well, now, why? I have never had it do that. What the heck? You know what? Hang on a second. Something's up. Oh, I know why. All right. Sorry about that. I never had that happen. Wow. Okay, so wind we know is 030 at 4. Diagonal 4. Follow the formatting. Okay, we know 1024 equals that. I have actually never tried this in QNH. I'm going to have to on a flight here soon. Not this one. We had too much problems yesterday. I'd like a problem-free flight today. Okay, then once you have this, this is the real biggie here. Are we on a dry? Are we on a wet? Are we on contaminated with snow and ice? That's what this is for with the up-down arrow. or dry, we just go to request. And it's going to spit back information if we were planning toga. All right, so hang on. Clear, received. So this information is different because we're going toga. Even somewhere up max, somewhere in here it does say that. However, we're going flex. So click flex. There's your 74. There's your numbers matching over there, and your trim and flap setting. Insert. Now, if you go to Black Box 7-Eleven site, you can probably get this data. Can't guarantee because we're not in Europe. In Europe, I can almost guarantee we'll have that data. Outside at the really, really big airports, maybe. That's why I'm just going to keep it default. I am going to check transition. That is 14,000. We're ready to go there. Okay. Now, as we look down, you can see all of the loaders are gone. The door is open. And all we have left to do, set our altimeters. Okay, we'll go down here. 1024. I always turn on landing systems and constraint, both sides. Make sure your VOR on your screen. Arc, and I'm going to go 20 just because it's easier to read for my eyes. The dot means managed. If the dot's not there like this, we're taking care of it. So managed and managed, that's going to happen when we're in auto and letting the computer handle all of the constraints and all of that along the way. For the takeoff, SimBrief initialed us to 38,000. Now, there's no controller. Speaking of which, CEB 187. I'm just double checking. Okay, we are now connected. So again, there is no controller here, so we're going to set 38. Okay. We'll make sure our auto brakes are off, anti-skid, nose wheel steering's on, landing gears down, switching lever switches are in norm, and transponder. Oh, that's right. We get to talk about this little gizmo called the radio management system. All right, now the A350 has something similar, but not as, in my opinion, sophisticated. Now, in the real world, is it as sophisticated? I'm going to lay odds on that one. In the flight sim world, not so much. All right, so what you got to do here, first off, with your X-Pilot, since we are talking X-plane, let's talk X-Pilot. Everything appears to be correct on it. I just brought mine up. Right? Wrong. Right? No, actually wrong. If a controller were to come up right now, the first words out of his mouth, would you squawk mode Charlie? That's right. It's not lit. Why? Because it's not set right. Hang on a second here. Okay, little bit of A350 sneaking into me. That's okay. So VHF is this screen. HF would look like that if we actually had it. God help us if we get it. Okay, let's go to ATC. Oh, now people are going, I know this. Exactly. There's your Squawk 2000. That's cool. Go to ATC mode and click auto. And you're set to go. And then I thought we had a way to do that quicker. Okay, I'm lying. I thought we did. Okay, so when we're ready to go, currently, while it says standby, look at your X pilot. It says you're in mode C. You're fine. All that's saying is your TCAS. So if we had an airplane sitting right next to us, we wouldn't be hearing climb, descend. No, I don't think it does that on the ground, but you get my point. We'll keep it normal. Now, the other cool thing, told you about this, is this little traffic button. If there is traffic and we have the traffic set, it'll show up as to who the call sign is and I think how far away. We'll hopefully be able to find out. So really, I want this on all of my A330s. Believe it or not, the Delta one is the one we're all familiar with on the A3, the what I call the baby Airbuses, A3, 18, 19, 20, 21s. I really like this. Now, another downside is, yeah, it doesn't pop out. All right, so we're set. We're on squawk. We're squawking mode Charlie. The only thing I kind of wish the client had, where you see your call sign, your squawk code underneath. And if you guys know how to do that, boy, I'd love to. I think that is more important than the call. Kind of, sort of. So, but anyway, just wanted to show now to get out of this again, just go to VHF. When we're ready to go to Terra, we'll come back, click this so it moves over. Now, up in COM 1, you see we've got advisory. COM 2, we have the guard channel. So we're set up, ready to go. The only thing we're waiting on now are our lovely flight attendants to close the doggone door. It's cold. It's 2 degrees outside. That gives me time to catch up here. Okay, we are set and ready to go. All right, let's close that door and see if y'all remember. Actually, I'm going to do it this way. Now I am going to let you in that ToLiss does not really have much of this working. Like it did in the other Airbuses, especially this one. They are, like everyone, awaiting the release of the updated radar systems. Okay, let's do it. Oh, I was going to close the door, wasn't I? You know, you just can't get good help back there anymore. They won't close doors. Okay, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. All right, we're off A. Okay. Gonna leave that for now. Better pushback. Hopefully better pushback. We'll have a better day with ToLiss. than it did yesterday with SSG. Wow, that was horrible yesterday. Oh, crud. Hang on, folks. Gotta remember what I'm doing here. Want to tail left. Okay.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
All right, we want to go here. Yeah, I could have done the 1.5s. I know.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
All right, seeing the tug. Let me just double check. Parking brake set. We did close the main door.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay, we're ready to go. No, we're not. ACARS isn't running yet for Millennium.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
He remembered this time. Incheon traffic, Cebu 187, pushing back stand 20 for runway 16 left. Brakes released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
And Pete FS9, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. We also had a subscriber last flight. I either missed or happened afterwards. Thank you so much for subscribing. We sure appreciate it. All right, we're out of there, so let's crank them. And it's like any Airbus at this point. Go to ignition, start, pick your engine, and go from there. And it's pretty much automated unless you have to uh, do other ways. It's pretty much automated. It's so simple to start. And if you got the checklists, in my opinion, if you have the checklists, piece of cake. Airbus is really simple, in my opinion. Now, don't get me wrong. When things go wrong, it gets a little complicated, like any airliner does. But Everything firing on all cylinders. Piece of cake. Of course, watch me crash on takeoff, like we did yesterday. Oh my gosh. I still think that plane was overloaded. All right, with the word available on the ECAM, let's go down, get number 1 turning. He says cautiously.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, let's wait on the engine. Just getting another tracker going. Okay, and both engines are running. Timer on, let's go. All right, over here. So we go up here to the bleed, turn that off first.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Thanks for the pushback. Okay. Spoilers armed, and you can see that it's setting up for flaps 1F. Okay, and okay. Flight attendants arm seats, arm doors, please. Okay. Now, if everything went as I've seen lately, we got to move it down, I think, 2.5. Up, right? Okay. Now, while I'm always here, I always do my flight controls. Okay, slides are armed. APU can be turned off. Elapsed time. Okay, terrain radar and plane radar. We're ready to taxi. Takeoff config. We just need brake set and a test of the takeoff system. Looks good. We're ready to go. Incheon traffic. Cebu 187 heavy, taxi 216 left. Hey, it appears I'm going the right direction. All right, so we're off. We got a little bit of a taxi, so now's a good time to get something to drink real quick, and by the time you get back, we'll be at the end of the runway. All right, we are getting there to the runway. Glad y'all are back with us. Hope y'all are ready. Thank you for joining us today. It is my pleasure to always head into the skies streaming here, hoping hoping to help y'all enjoy these aircraft. They are so much fun. ToLiss is something you just never can go wrong with. And I'll be honest, I do not know what's on sale right now. But if it's a ToLiss product, you're probably gonna get top notch. Like I said, I recommend this aircraft to y'all any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Heck, 5 times on Sundays. It is that good of an airplane. Fun, easy to fly, easy to learn. Can't wait to start sitting down trying to piece together this ACARing system on here. So CPDLC and maybe, just maybe, talk with some chat with some controllers through it via text. And I know that's why many controllers don't want to use it because they don't want to go back to text. Those that were here when they were fighting tooth and nail to get a voice. Little did they know the airline world was going that way, along with air traffic control. You can control a lot more people this way. All right, we're coming up on the end of the runway transponder. All right, remember we told you we're going to have to come down here. Click ATC. We're now Terra. Brake temperatures look good. I think this one does not have the fan. That's one thing I wish it had on all of them was the fan, but I didn't realize that's really an option. And something I learned along the way, and I'm not sure how, about the KC-46, they too, like the KC-135Rs, do not have reverse thrust. There's a lot of interesting things in aviation, so. But that plane I would really hope has brake fans because you've only got the auto brake and the brakes. All right, let's look around, see if anyone's out there poking around. I don't see anyone. Incheon traffic, Cebu, 187 heavy, departing 16 left to the south. Light them up. Okay, we're going to just do a roll and takeoff. Kinda, sorta, maybe. We'll see. Okay, there's about 50%, I believe, right there. Stable, going to flex. Rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. If I got a moderator, exclamation mark takeoff, please. 120. V1. Rotate. Gear up. All right. And on. Look at that. I love these ships. I just love, I hated that we had to turn them off. I don't know why. X-Plane, and I'm sure there's a logical reason behind it. Doesn't have like a slider um, for AI for uh, boats and all, but and vehicles on airports because I think they overload some of them. Um, but I don't know enough about the internal workings to see if that would even be something viable for them. Worked pretty good in FSX, that I do know. All right, flaps can come up at the S speed, and at that point, we'll disarm the ground. Okay, 2 minutes out, and we are climbing away. All right, we're airborne on our way, folks. Okay, just doing some work over on the Discord channel. So, folks, we're airborne. We're on the way. We'll use this one today. And hope you all enjoy. And we got us about 3.5 hours to go. Oh, we're through transition, I see. And on our way. Enjoy. All right, we are in cruise. Seatbelt signs off. You all are free to roam about. I have been. Had a couple chores needed to get worked through a little further, getting them closer to completion. Laundry, um, but and of course entertain the little squirt, the 8-month-old first officer. So, we are on our way. I hope y'all enjoyed that departure. That was fun. Unfortunately, there really isn't much ATC out here to speak of. We're getting ready to come off the Korean Peninsula, headed to Manila. About the only ATC I see out here, and granted, folks, it's like 3 or 4 in the morning out here. These folks are getting ready to get up, go to work. Is the tower down in Bangkok. So, all right, a lot of traffic over Japan, but hasn't warranted bringing up a Japanese center. So we'll just continue on. In cruise right now, we have just under 3 hours to Manila, so enjoy. We'll be talking from time to time, but for the most part, we're just going to sit here, relax like you all are. Take a couple deep breaths, folks, because the closer we get to Christmas, we all know it amps up, ramps up, and gets kind of crazy. However, never ever forget the reason for the season, that being Jesus Christ. So his birth is celebrated on the 25th, and answer to a lot of prayers. All right, continuing. Like I said, just under 3 hours and we'll be in Manila. So I hope y'all enjoy. Could be some changes coming this week. Things that me and my wife had set up or thought were set up, we had wrong. So there could, we'll see though, be some changes. Um, but that would be on Friday. So, but for now, we'll just kind of continue on our way. 3 hours from now, hope to have those wheels greasing the runway in Manila. Weather looks beautiful. That's great. If you didn't see in the chat there, folks, the word gorilla is derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. Ooh, I can already hear the emails just pounding away at that one. What? Yeah. Interesting. The word gorilla is derived from the Greek meaning a tribe of hairy women. Oh, many men are writing that one down. Here come the. Oh, anyway. Oh, that boy, I could see this misused big time. That one. But you gotta love it. Exclamation mark the word fun facts, plural, all one word. That one was an interesting one, to say the least. They usually are. You know, I could see that more of a joke than I could an actual fact. So, oh well. Oh, all right. Well, you know, speaking of why we were a little tardy today in getting in the seat and streaming the movie Midway. I know many of you are familiar with this famous battle, fought, oddly enough. It's actually not, but I guess, got the term because it may be the only known islands between Hawaii and Japan. Midway. And obviously Pan Am used it with the original Clippers, the 314s. But the movie itself, now I can't remember if Charleston Heston's version with Henry Fonda and oh my gosh, they had an all-star cast back in the early 70s. If they covered the movie that I watched, Dennis Quaid, Woody Harrelson, trying to think of others that might be known. Anyway, that version, and I can't think of the guy that played Doolittle, covered the span of time between when Pearl Harbor happened and the battle at Midway, and actually gave more justice to the actual battle at Midway than the first movie did with Charlton Heston and Henry Fonda. In that, a lot of people did, including this guy, until I read up on it. I mean, the Pacific World War II battles were, oh my God. I mean, all war battles are usually epic, but wow, what it must have been like to been out in the Pacific. Island hopping, portion of it to the naval battles. Oh, but Midway, what a lot of people don't know, while yes, we put a lot of aircraft, a lot of armament into the island of Midway to protect it, we don't know, or people just never really grasped how many aircraft went up against the Japanese fleet in the month of June 1942. to not come back. They did a fair job representing it, but I mean, we're talking a couple of days when those PBYs began to spot them. They began flying on them. The attack aircraft of the U.S. And it was an amazing battle. So if you get a chance, that one, and like D-Day, another. Those are the two big turning points of World War II, each in their respective theaters. Wow, the stories that are in there are unbelievable. So, but yeah, the sheer volume just in that one battle, I think there were at least 6 or 7 different waves, both aircraft carrier based and land based aircraft that tried putting them down before they got lucky. And then, of course, the fateful mistake the Japanese made of constantly switching. Are we going to go back and annihilate Midway, or are we going, and now all of a sudden the carriers, are we going back, whatever. And that right there did not help Japan. That waffling. So, what a battle. And of course, like I said, my only complaint, and it may be a Netflix thing, because I did not see it in the theaters. I have not really, let's see, since COVID 2020, I think besides Maverick, I think that's the only movie I've seen in the theaters. And kind of glad to be no disrespect, but I'm kind of glad I can wait. I mean, they release now so quickly to digital, it's ridiculous. And that's Hollywood's fault. So, interesting. Hang on, who is this? Got a B-1 lifting off out of Puerto Princesa International Airport, headed to Diego Garcia, Rambo 12. So, but again, what a movie that was, Midway. And if you ever get a chance, I mean, I've flown in there a couple times with a Herc. It's not as long of a runway as you would hope. You really will be surprised at how short it is. So, just like I said, I recommend the movie. Like I said, my only downside to it was I wish I had something to go on with when the Japanese were talking to each other, because they kept it in Japanese. There was no subtitles, no nothing, no translations for us to pick up on, because that's pivotal in that battle. The waffling that happened between rearming the first wave with ground, or now they knew the carriers were in the area. Where they were, do we go with them? And that was the mistake that led to their horrific loss at Midway. I mean, 4 carriers. So, hey, I'm in the chat if y'all want to join. Go to Discord. Help y'all out since I haven't seen it in a while. And love to chat with you if you'd like. So come on in. Just be mindful of language and mindful if you have any starts to your conversations of an inappropriate nature, because I would most likely ban you. So, but yeah, come on in. Would love to chat with you. But you gotta love that, you really gotta love the fun fact we got. I'll do another one here in about 30 minutes or so. The word gorilla derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. You know, you could almost see a game show on this, and everyone would never select that because they know frying pans would fly at them. Oh my gosh, that is just, though, too, just. Ah, too classic, too classic. All right. Oh, by the way, we have traffic 900 feet below us off to the right. Now, let's go down here. You'll be able to see it's KAL 178. Okay, so it doesn't give distance. But anyway, isn't this pretty cool? I kind of like it, okay? Little silly things like that, you know, I like. But yeah, it's off our, let's see, can we even see it? Nope, I can't see it. No contrails. Well, maybe off in the distance above that long line, just above the line, just above that long line of clouds, possibly a contrail. So that could, and that's the general area where it would be 900 feet below us. So that gives you an idea of some things we can do. If we had ATC up, I would love to try, but here we don't. You know, it too early in the morning for that, and so, but we may. You never know. Two hours, 20 minutes to go, folks. So enjoy the music. I'm going to sit on the side. In about 20 minutes or so, I may do another fun fact. So, any ideas for entertainment inside the while we're airborne on these longer runs? Love to hear your thoughts. No guarantees, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Now let's take a look one more time. Nope. That contrail that was looking at that long lined cloud, high level cloud out there. Right above it was a contrail. And I am not. Oh, little hint of it. Let me see if I can get the tail by it. Close by the tail, you can catch the glint. Well, it's barely there. But yeah, there is a contrail out there, and again, it is KAL 17 or 178. So not sure what airplane it is, but anyway, probably Incheon headed for. So, but we were in the break. If you all heard this already, my apologies. But if you have ideas for games, we did have stream battles. Was it? Hang on. Stream Raiders for a while there. I don't know. I just didn't understand the game at all, and that's why it kind of had a short life here. If I could have understood it more, maybe we could have gone on a little longer. But it really, I just had a hard time trying to piece it together. So, I mean, I can bring it back if you all would like it. I just have to figure out how to get it reinstalled again. But anyway, or any other ideas would be great. And I'm not playing marbles and I'm not going fishing. If I'm doing that, I'm going to be going fishing outside, preferably in a lot warmer temperatures than it is right now here. Usually it tells me. But suffice to say, a bit on the chilly side, and the fishies just will not like it. I'll leave them down where they're trying to stay warm in the deeper waters. All right, we just executed the step climb to 40,000 feet, and still not at the halfway point, but we're getting closer. About 2 hours and 10 or so minutes out. So hope y'all enjoy the music, kind of sit back, relax. That's kind of how we are here, folks. Time to time we do test out some new stuff. Yesterday was one of those days, and it went well, as you'd expect. So anyway, it will be on the line in a couple of days here, and we'll give it a try again, and may it this time work. We're gonna fly some of the other heavier aircraft. I love flying the heavier aircraft. By heavy, 767s, yes, the 757, depending on the way it's set up, can get classified heavy. But I also enjoy the A330, A350 we've flown here. That one can be fun. Let's just put it that way. A lot of times I get past some of the real fun with it, where it actually will sit in the stand and tip to its tail. Yeah, that one always cracks me up. What else do we fly? The 747-200. That one I really love flying. That is such a gem. There's a reason it's the queen of the skies. That dominated, folks. And you know, from time to time, we'll dabble with a few other heavies. By a request, we've been asked to fly the 707-120. You'll find the ICAO 720. So kind of the precursor to the 727s. It is a 707-100, basically. It was a couple of airlines were calling for a more shorter haul aircraft, and that's where that grew out of. But that really does not get the heavy distinguish. I'm not even sure the 707 met it. It might have. So, but anyway, we're on our way. We got some music playing. I may bring Pretzel Rocks back. I'm just wanting to make sure YouTube will be okay with it. Because some of the music I played came from Pretzel Rocks that YouTube doesn't allow. And in their idea of no copyright. So that's why I kind of left Pretzel Rock. So all right, y'all ready for another fun fact? Remember our last one? Oh, that was, hang on, I've got to find it. Hang on. That was such a classic. I can already hear, if I can find it. The many of people wanting to use it. Ah, here it is. The word gorilla. Gorilla. We're talking the big ape thing. Is derived from a Greek word. The reason I described it is, we do have people bouncing in from different countries, different languages. Gorilla may not translate well. So the word gorilla is derived from the Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. I'm going to say right now, folks, no, cannot take any credit, cannot say the veracity to this, but how about that one? I'm not a person that knows much about the where words come from, except for some Greek relating to with the Bible, but that's even weak that I know that. All right, let's try another fun fact. And again, it's exclamation mark, all one word, fun facts with an S at the end. If Pinocchio said, "My nose will grow now," it would create a paradox. If y'all can explain that one to me, I'd love to hear it, because it don't make sense to me. It make no sense. If Pinocchio said, now y'all understand who Pinocchio is? Disney character who lied, his nose grew longer. Pinocchio said, "My nose will grow now," it would create a paradox. I don't get it. That one I don't understand. Other than maybe it grew because he didn't know he lied? I don't know. That's an interesting fun fact. So, y'all can explain. I'd love to hear you. I'm actually in the Discord channel on a voice. Feel free to come on over, jump right in, and just be mindful of your language here. It's a family channel, so we try to keep things civil and language in check. It's not a bar room, folks. You want to talk like that, the bars are open for you somewhere. Remember, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Maybe water, but it's 5 o'clock still. So, Hey, Azul. Long flight? Yeah, yeah, for the most part. I mean, 4 hours on the ballpark. Not like Mr. Jet Set you. Popping ponds left and right. All right, but welcome in, Azul. I hope you're having a good time. Well, just came up 2 hours out. Figured we'd run one down to the Philippines here. I know we did something similar into Osaka, Kansai, and then down to Kadena and worked our way that way. But thought we'd go this route since I found a real A330-900 route. And make our way back to Manila. All right, let's see where we are on the map. Speaking of Kadena, we're right in that neighborhood. Taiwan to the south and west, Kadena off our east, and still got 2 hours to go. We are flying for Cebu. I figured a nice colorful one. And in case that didn't go out, I figured a nice colorful one. That's why I fly this one a lot. That was weird. Welcome to chat was spinning. I've never seen that before. Other than when I've dropped offline. It's a nice color for a nice plane. I highly recommend, folks, if you're looking. We had an earlier person asking during the sales which would be the one I recommend. It's too hard because all the aircraft I fly are great. Minus yesterday's. I haven't figured all the quirks out of that one yet. But Dennis Bergkamp 99 was asking, and this is a wonderful plane. So we'll get inside here in a minute, let y'all take in the colors. It's got the Trent Rolls Royces on it. Really love this airplane. Okay, I'll be right back, folks. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. The laundry needed my attention. Very nice aircraft, though. Very nice. And like everything from ToLiss, very easy to manage and fly. I mean, it's your standard Airbus cockpit. Some neat things in here. We've seen this already in action. If an airplane, you know, gets within TCAS up here, it'll show up on the list and you'll know what aircraft. I thought it said the distance, but I was wrong. It does not. Now, this one uses the RMP, radio management system. Now, very similar to the A350s from Flight Factor. This one I like oodles more than oh, there it is, than I do the A350s. More easier to use. Let's do that. They're almost identical. So, and of course with ToLiss you have your cabin system and your, well, you can't see it right now, but the interior where you do your loading. Now, been mentioning this, and I'll go ahead and do this again. What I'd like and hope and pray it comes to the A319, the A320, and the A321 ToLiss has. This feature right here, putting the ISCS on the EFB. That is an excellent, oh, that was such a great option added to this one. What is this? This is that big box we bring down from the plugins. You have to, I forget where it's at in here, check mark it, and it poof shows up. So really, really good thing. But you got everything else. ToLiss normally puts in the weight and balance, W plus B, takeoff and landing performance, and then the CL is checklists. Plus you have the Av tab I've got set up on map, and I don't show it much, folks, because quite frankly, this is the closest we've been to an island. I don't even know if it's visible out there. Oh yeah, coming up in front of the engine. But great aircraft, love it. Like I said, any Airbus checklist you can pretty well bet will work with this, unless you're talking specifics like that RMS or other things. But beyond that, this thing is amazing. I love this aircraft. I know some people love to stick with one airframe. I get it. I used to fly the 747-400 religiously till the 777-200 came out from PMDG back when I was on FSX. I flew those two religiously and more, and then transitioned to religiously flying the 777. I could easily do that with this plane. Easily. That or the 747-200. If I can get that 7 SSG's 747 to where I understand what I'm doing more with it, that could come back. But after yesterday, it's going to take a lot. Although, when we got into the intercontinental version, that wasn't bad. The freighter, I'm going to need work with. There's a couple things with it that aren't jiving, aren't gelling right with me. And I don't understand why it is what it is. So, but I'm sure with time it'll probably come to me. So, and again, that is the new version that we flew yesterday. You all saw the release announcements through emails from the Orc store if you get them. The anniversary, yeah, we'll see. So let's enjoy some music as we got a little over 2 hours to go on this run to Vanilla, Manila. I know, I'm sure they hate that there. Sorry. Hard to resist. Manila in the Philippines. All right, we're rolling on, folks. Still here with you. You thought I was gone. Hour 40 minutes to go. Just kind of watching the chat here as we roll in, hitting the equal time point. That's what ETP on the nav display means. It just is telling you that it's the same amount of time to go back to Incheon as to continue on. When you have a problem, um, it gives you an idea which would be the better option, continue or go back. And of course, most of the time, I'm pretty sure they'll say continue. Oh, we got a contrail. Let's see who overflew us. Not on the scope. All right, let's get another fun fact going here. That last one made no sense. And that one, oh, there we go. Huh. So when mana gets stuck in your head, that's called an earworm. A song stuck in your head called an earworm. So there you have it, folks. If you get a song stuck in your head, Fun Facts is calling that an earworm. What a day we've had with Fun Facts. Pinocchio. Oh, how did that go? That one still made no sense to me. If Pinocchio said, "My nose will grow now," it would create a paradox. Don't understand. But the first one of the day, that was, guys, be careful. This could cause trouble. If I could get, I want to make sure we get the exact words. Where is it? Ah, the word gorilla. Be very careful with this, guys. Is derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. Last thing I'd have thought of. Derived from the Greek word meaning a tribe of women. The word is gorilla. Yeah, duck when you say that one. So, some pretty good stuff here, folks. All right, so we're continuing on with about an hour and a half to go. If you haven't done predictions yet, exclamation mark predictions, and then a negative number. Always make sure it's negative, because if you do a positive number, you will most likely not win. Unless you're the only one. And again, the last fun fact we had got a song stuck in your head that's called an earworm. My guess the only time you would use many of these fun facts might be on a trivia night. So, might want to bank those up. All right, we're about an hour out. I just wrapped up one of my chores and don't see ATC anywhere. Don't really expect them at this hour of the day over here. Um, Now, if we were flying, say 10, 11 o'clock tonight, yeah, there's a good chance. Oh, excuse me, but not right now. So, okay, looking over here. And of course, there would be a lot more traffic. So, just kind of looking around. Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Thank you for the chit chat there. Like I said, about an hour out of Manila. Planning the RNIP for runway 6. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is running next to us. Be right back. All right, too cold to stick my head outside to figure out what's going on. But yeah, there's a air compressor or something running next to us. Don't know. All right, we're into that first week of the end of the year. Hope you all had a wonderful year. Not so much on my side. Hang on a second, folks. Glad she does that because it'd scare the you-know-what out of me if she didn't. Oh, why'd I do that? Of course. There we go. All right. Of course, there's an update to Twitch on the phone. It's like every time I turn around, there's an update. Again, if you're looking for a great aircraft out there that could be on sale, I don't know. It's so new. I'd really be hard pressed to say it is. But if it is, you're looking at one. This A330-900 Neo. What a plane. So, hey, Duluth, welcome in. About time you woke up. All right. Let's see. Get a few more songs in here before Top of Descent. We're getting really close. We're about just under an hour. Top of Descent looks like about 290 miles out. So we're getting there, folks. And again, thanks for being here. We sure appreciate you. Hope Thanksgiving went as well as it could. I know for many along I-90 up in between like Erie and Buffalo, maybe a further south or no, but Erie, Pennsylvania, 6+ feet of snow, and it came down pretty quick. So stranded a whole bunch of people either trying to get to grandma's house for turkey or home from, and I can't even I know those folks are used to clearing that kind of garbage up, but I can't imagine snow crews and how you get that interstate reopened. So, but I really hope um, everyone's safe and sound from that. All the pictures I've seen, it was definitely on the ugly side, ugly. But that is a notorious section. I remember that when I drove semis. Oh, I tried to keep my man. I was so thankful for my dispatchers keeping me away. Yeah, I got into Youngstown, Ohio, and Cleveland, and saw some of it, but not the not that kind. I, by the grace of God, somehow never saw that kind of snow come down. I remember, what was it, a couple of years ago, and it probably happens every year. Buffalo has cameras on top of buildings aimed at the lake. I forget the anyway. You could watch these bands of snow, not walls that would stretch from like Buffalo down, but just bands come in. Oh my gosh, they were intense, but then gone. This one came in and didn't have any plans of leaving. And it was pretty bad, I heard. And funny, funny story. Uh, y'all know those disclaimers they put on machinery and stuff. Well, you know, those were written up and placed on there because of lawsuits. Well, the one that always makes me giggle, and a lot of people, on snow blowers, do not use on roofs. Now, that sounds like common sense to most of us, unless you live in a lake effect area or a place prone to very wet, heavy snow, lots of it, like living on the lake, off the lakes. And you got to get that snow off your roof or it'll collapse under that weight. And yeah, I could see where people will take one up there. So for us, it's hard to imagine here in the Midwest because, I mean, we might see some lake snow when the winds turn more to a out of the northeast. And I mean, it's got to really be blowing to get it down here to St. Louis from off the lake up there in Chicago, Gary, Indiana area. But boy, I mean, even the that side, the Chicago side of it, I mean, they get it, but not in the intensity like that. Gary and Michigan, oh yeah, they get inundated. So it like I said, it makes no sense for us. Why in the world would you crawl up there with a snowblower? But we just can't fathom that. I still wouldn't, but again, you got to get that weight off, or you could face a roof collapse. But really hope those folks are safe and sound, and things are trying as best you can with that kind of snow get back to normal, some sense of normalcy. But if you're the praying kind, that would be some serious people that could use some prayers right now. Hopefully not stuck this long. The good thing is, hope, well, can and can't be. Remember, 6 feet of snow, when it melts, it's got to go somewhere. So hopefully it melts and doesn't do just as much damage as it did snowing. So, because right now we have seen our 3.5 inches of snow pretty much evaporated now. So from Saturday, so. So, anyone out there with any good turkey news or just any good news? Let's see what we can pull out of fun facts. Oh, we just had that one. Got a song stuck in your head. It's called and the class said earworm. All right, let's take a look at this arrival real quick here, folks. We're about 40 miles, 40 minutes out, 200 or so miles. We'll take a quick look at it so you get an idea what it's, what we're shooting here. All right, so we are beginning to come in alongside, I'm pretty sure not visible, the Philippines. It's just off our nose. Can't you see it right there? I mean, right out in the clouds. All right. BEDIP is right ahead of us, and that is about 80 miles ahead of us. All right, today we're going to run the Polio 3 Romeo RNIP approach. So to do this, we're going to fly to Polio. We'll cross it no faster than 250. You want to see some great videos out there, look for JetBlue and New York approach. Real world, folks. This is not VATSIM arguing. This is real world. It is kind of funny. But anyway, at or above 16,000, then we'll be at or above 5,700 at Mandy, as Barry Manilow sings the song. Down to Yanni, probably has some songs for us too, at 230, and then Daggett at or above 5,000, slowed up to 210 as we get set up for the RNIP approach. Pretty much as long as we hang at or above 8,600 feet coming in from Polio, we're fine. Transitioning, of course, we got to be at or above 5,700 and so forth. So good approach there. Now, here we go with the RNIP. Basically, think of an RNIP approach as an RNAV approach. Now, you do get usually a localizer indication, as well as sometimes a glide slope indication. Don't count on it all the time. But again, it's an RNAV type approach made to really, you really see these prolific out in like Paro. If you're flying in Bhutan, one of the most dangerous approaches, that's an RNIP approach. That is not an easy approach. Juneau has one. DC has one. Washington, DC, that is. So they're made so that you can come in on a displaced localizer or come in flying a river in the case of a Washington, D.C. But anyway, we're going to come in at Daggett, 5,000 feet, and no faster than 210. Head down to Lima Lima Oscar 06 Delta. That's our initial fix. The initial approach fix is Daggett. The initial fix, Lima Lima 06 Delta. That'll be at 310, no faster than 210. I may be more apt to aim for 180. I can't remember the slowdown, how easy it is in this plane. From there, we travel to LL06 Bravo, again, max speed 180. So again, max, we're not saying you have to be at it, just saying don't be faster than. And then we're going to land runway 6. So the final approach course is 063. At 6 Bravo, we have to be at 1700 MSL or 16, which is 1686 feet above the ground. Wow, talk about wow, we'll get to that in a second. The LNAV, VNAV, DA, DH, 410 MSL will set for 396 AGL. Again, this is RNAV. It's not a precision approach, although they ought to be pretty. I mean, they're pretty tight. So we need at least 400 feet AGL. Okay, now look at this. The airport itself sits 75 feet above sea level. I don't know where that reference point is. The runway is 14, so that's a pretty hefty grade wherever the airport point is. Okay, you can read the missed approach there. We'll just climb straight out to 06 Fox to 06 Golf, out to 06 Hotel, and that's where we'll hold, if need be. Okay, altitude-wise, 6 to 17 to the runway. Pretty simple. The minimums required to make this approach. We need 400 feet AGL on the METARs. Broken or overcast. That base has to be above 400, and we have to have 1100 meters. So long as no approach lights are on. Boy, if they ever figured that one out and we could get the NOTAM on that, ooh, these charts become really take hold. Approach lighting is the high ALS, PAPIs on both sides. We'll see how that works out. So pretty good on the approach here. Let's get some numbers to put to this. So we'll head over here. Landing. Reset. Now, let's see. This is going off of 0320Z. See how close we are. I have 21Z, 19 minutes old. So we'll go with it. 150 at 3. Okay, current temperature is 27. 2977. Come on, thank you. Dry anti-ice we will not need. Let's take a look at what low will give us. About 6,600 feet down the runway. Now, mind you, we need to come off. Let me bring charts back in. Ideally, if we could get Romeo 2, that would be awesome. Echo 2. But, if we make to Romeo 1, we just have to taxi back because we park over here in Terminal 3. Okay. And I'm going to probably park it right in here. So I think we'll go low. Okay, so let's plan on low on the brakes. And hang on a second, folks. Sorry for all of that. Let's get back. There isn't a lot to see on the map. There will be if we get a chance, if you can catch it when we're in approach. But we're still looking at 135 miles to go. So we'll just keep cruising along. And should be there in about 30 or so minutes. Okay, folks, we've got about right at 30 minutes to our destination. Elevatech is telling us, and we're just at 100, if not under, miles from top of descent. We'll begin getting ready to put our information in momentarily. Let me head back here, see if it's updated. Boy, this is... Okay, so it is in there now, updated. That's our METAR. In case you're still not able to see that, let's try it. There it is in the chat. So we're looking at an approach speed of 138. We'll call it 140. Cool. So we'll get this all plugged in here in a moment. So there you have it, folks. Oh, we're starting to show some kind of weather to our west there. See what it looks like out the window. That's going to be pushing close to 80 miles. So, yeah, out in there, got some weather. Really am looking forward to when they release the weather radar updates and watching these aircraft change to where we can... I don't know how to work a radar, but looking forward to learning it. Just like here in the next few days, I plan to learn the ACARS, how to make this work, and hopefully be more functional. I had it hooked once to a controller, but obviously he wasn't using it because he didn't do anything. So there was a time when the controllers fought hard to get voice communications, hence what we have today. Getting them back on these CPDLCs is going to be interesting. I know there's a lot that do, though. I have seen some streamers using it and controllers saying we are on it, but I just never seem to find them. And pardon me if I sniffle, folks. My nose has just been running badly with the way the weather is changing. Like I said, it's 29 degrees right now outside. The sun's out, hallelujah. Tomorrow, 50s. Let's see, tomorrow's Wednesday. Thursday, 28 for the high. And then we start stair-stepping up for the weekend back into the 40s and 50s. Oh yeah, that's just killing my nose. And the barometer is just all over the place, so that isn't helping either. So hope the weather is better for you. We've talked about the I-90 Interstate 90 closure. Don't know if that really made national world news. But yeah, we had a major east-west highway closed round to Thanksgiving. I think it closed on Thanksgiving Day for up to the weekend at least. 6+ feet of snow fell off the lake, and it was rapid. Stranded a lot of people, either getting to grandma's, getting home from grandma's for their dinners, and truckers, the whole, everyone just stranded. I was talking with my dad. He's out in Harrisburg, PA. He heard that firemen from Cleveland got over to Erie to help get them out, out and running. It's just been horrific out there, the amount of snow. Now I know 6 feet to a lot of people is, yeah, that's a big number. Well, even to them, even though it's measured in feet usually, not inches along that lake. Whew, that one came in fierce. Lake effect is a weird snow. So if you've ever experienced it, you'll just shake your head at it. It is just weird. I'll give you one of mine, and I see top of descent coming up here. Um, Early in my truck driving days, back in the early 90s, came into Gary, Indiana, outside of Chicago. Interstate 80, 94, I think, and 65 joins up at this point. Okay, they had lake effect warnings out. I was about ready to experience it, and I did for a brief moment. I drove under I-80, 94 on 65, came around the Cloverleaf to get on the interstate, and in that coming around the Cloverleaf, I went through a blizzard. I could barely see in front of my truck. And mind you, could see perfectly going into the bridge, going under it. As I emerged from the bridge and took the turn, almost a whiteout on me. Came around, up onto the interstate, came right back out of it. It was like this wall of snow right there at the bridge. Like I could reach my hand out the passenger window, if you could do that in that truck. Uh, and I'd come back with a snowball. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. And I'd have a few more stories like that. But that one was, to me, the most bizarre that I have ever witnessed. And I don't ever want to see it again. So, but these folks out in Buffalo and Erie see it all the time. So, all right, we talked about it. Top of descent coming. Let's go ahead, pull the FMC out, head over here, and we're going to fill in. We're going to go to the next phase. Next phase. You Airbus guys already know where I'm going here with this. 10:08. Temperature 27. And the wind 150, still at 3. Okay. Diagonal 3. If you're ever in doubt formatting in most airplanes, but definitely Airbus, look at how it's in there. That'll help you out a lot. Okay, transition level, is it 13? I think it is, but let's verify. It is. All right, now, this one is always in debate, which one to use. Now, I've been told if you're flying like a Category 1, many pilots will put in the Barrow decision altitude. Anything else, Cat 2, Cat 3 ILS, or the others, they go with the radial. I'm going to go radial. I do not know, to be totally honest. And believe it or not, the only way I know that is from a video I watched on YouTube. Whether it's true or not, well, you know how that goes. It's on YouTube. It's got to be true, right? It's like Wiki, the most authoritative, accurate news sources out there. Next to Facebook. Anyway, we have fun. All right, top of descent is looming. I'm going to go ahead, go back to perf. We have 35 miles. Let's go ahead and set up just in case. It should be, but you never know. And you can see where land is. It's getting there, folks. I don't even know. Are we through that cloud layer? Let's look out the window. I can't really make out land. But if you notice, the EFB over here is on the map. I didn't switch back, did I? No. All right, again, we're planning about 7,000 feet of runway, getting ate up on this. Probably more, because we tend to come in a little high and floating and being a little bit of a floater. Who knows? Maybe this time we'll nail it like we're supposed to. We have actually hit the landing marks, the aiming bars. So, and that's those big white marks on the runways. That's where you're supposed to be aiming to touch down, especially on instrument approaches, and visual in these, because you're anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 feet down the runway, depending on the country standards. US, you're 1,000 feet. I've been as much as 1,500 feet in other countries in this simulator. Wait, whoa. Are we showing wet? Hang on. Where are we getting wet? Where is it saying wet? Nowhere. Not sure where that's coming from. All right, we're going to go ahead, set up for low brakes. We do not have a brake fan. Now, these aircraft, like many in X-Plane and elsewhere, there are config files that the gal who paint these aircraft can set up if they say this person knows RPC 3900. I don't know if it's a real plane or not, but let's say they know it and they know this, that, this, all of this is on it. Well, they can set this up so it looks just like it. For instance, I'll give you one. If I knew how to paint, aircraft, by the way, is already painted out there, but November 196, November Victor, it's an Allegiant Air A320. It has a sat cap, I want to say in the front, that was not taken off unless they've done it here of late. It's one of the few they have with the satellite cap on the top. And all right, we got to start down. Hang on. I hate this because I never get it to do what I want. There it goes. You got to physically push it in. And instead of just getting the arrows correct and that, you've got to physically push it in, pull it out. It makes it difficult, and I think we missed. Oh, actually, we're getting right on track. But anyway, so if knowing that, I could put the satellite thing on there. If I don't know how it's depicted in ToLiss, I would be able to do that in that config file. Same thing with this one. The radios, if you knew this radio system was in it, the HUD system and other gizmos and all in here, yeah. So All right, we are descending in. We're going to get down a little bit here before we put the seatbelt sign on. But I hope you've enjoyed. It's been a fun time here, folks. We've been on air now almost 4.5 hours. We are about 15 or so minutes out from arrival here in Manila. And I don't see anyone up on VATSIM here. So looks like it's going to be us. And it does not appear this area of the world is on CTAF, but it has grown. Not only are the VAT USA areas under CTAF now when you're flying for your takeoffs, landings, and movements on the ground, so is the Caribbean and Mexico and Canada. So if you're flying up in there, folks, be mindful. CTAF is now in effect. So all right, so here we go, folks. Polio up ahead. We got to be at or above 16,000. And I think that is a fair bet, being it's 44 miles. As we turn in for land. Yeah, look at that. There is some land. All right, we're gonna shoot for what is Mandy 5,700. Okay, let's that's right, we can't be any faster than 250 here. Come on. Boy, nothing wants to work. All right, the Philippines lie ahead of us. Mandy will start us in. Then Yanni. Daggett. Okay, we said 13,000 is transition. So I figure if I keep it between 250 and 240, we should be fine. And then set up for 5,000 at Daggett. All right, let's get our barometric pressure, 29. 1008. Wow. All right. We're over the mountain range here to the north of Manila, northwest, and should be on the ground here in about 5-10 minutes. Hope you all enjoyed. Had a great time. This was a great flight. Tomorrow we got some great flights lined up too. Hope you check that out down in the about section here on Twitch. Or in the schedule, either way. Flight attendants, take your seats for landing. All right, Mandy is right ahead, and I am going to go ahead, bring us down one notch. Oh my goodness. All right, well, we're at 5,000 feet for the initial at Daggett. Okay, we've got our radio decision altitude in 396, and we're ready for this approach. All right. Let's go ahead and slow up to 210. Preparing for the approach. And not yet. Let's call Daggett. We'll start throwing flaps and slowing. So I hope this has been a wonderful day for you. I hope we've been able to help calm and have you kind of relax. That's the kind of atmosphere we like here, and get ready for the arrival into Manila. We're less than 5 minutes out. Well, we'll call it 5 minutes, even though I think it'll be a little longer. And again, the reason I'm kind of slower than probably one would normally shoot this, I can't remember how easy slowing this pig down is like. So that's why. I don't mind dragging my heels. Yanni, we're going to go ahead, go flap 1, slow to 180. And Daggett will be at 180 and ready for the approach. Might have a glide slope on this one. We'll see. Won't take long to figure it out. Couple of minutes. We'll be turning on to final. All right, looks like it's only 500 pounds. Manila traffic, Cebu, 184. Initial Daggett for runway 6, RNIP. Correction, that's Cebu 187. All right, at the initial fix of LL06 Delta, that is 12-mile final.
Manila traffic radio check.
I hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Don't know why, but whatever. Here we go. Manila traffic, Cebu 187. Initial fix on the localizer for runway 6. Don't think I'm gonna need it because runway's in sight. I'm just gonna Okay, flaps are full, gear, tree down, cleared to land. Manila traffic, Cebu 187, final approach fix, fully established, runway 6. All right, Peppies are on both sides. That's a good thing. Okay, we're getting a little Land ASAP. Fine. Okay, we're going to be landing. Still a little off. Hang on.
Hundred above. 400. Minimum. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
There should have been a high speed right there. All right, we'll be exiting here at Echo 1 to Terminal 2, Terminal 3. All right, let's kind of keep our speeds, and we look good. We'll take a look at that landing here in a second. Terrain off. Weather off. Oh, I hate this. All right, we are firing up the EPU. All right, welcome to Manila. I hope you enjoyed again the flight. It was fun. Nice little 4.5 hour flight, and pretty decent landing, felt like. So we'll take a look here in a second. We'll probably, let me see if I can pull a chart up here real quick. Oh, we're in terminal tray. Let's go for, we'll try for 108, 9, or 10. To be honest, I don't remember if they mark them. And Manila traffic, if I didn't report, Sabo 187's off runway 6 to Terminal 3.
Nice landing.
Thank you.
And Manila traffic will be in 18, correction, 1084 at stand Terminal 1, stand 9er, vision back for runway 06, Manila traffic.
All right, folks, we're in. We'll go ahead. If I remember right, we go menu. There we go. And welcome in. Let's get down here, get some chocks in. And get the beacon off. Okay, all requirements met. Let's take a look, see which jetway. Uh-oh. Oh, it was that thing coming in. Yeah, that's the one thing also. It does stop the aircraft, but here comes the stuff in. It's automatic now, folks. Like I said, you got to turn off the beacon, turn off the seatbelts, and set the brakes. Actually, I don't think you have to set the brakes. because like a lot of times you're going to come in with hot brakes. So you may want to keep the brakes off. But anyway, and that just helps cool. Let me do this. Unload. I said unload. And get rid of. All right. Welcome to Manila. Let's take a look at this. We've got everything shut down, I believe. Head up. Most of this will be up here. All right. Masters are off. Beacon, seatbelts, elapsed time. Yeah, let's see. We did a 4-hour flight. So, and now you see everything's open. And eventually there'll be another truck in there in the back, or another, your normal baggage loader like that over here. All right, there you have it, folks. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. How'd we do? How'd we do? Millennium Aviation, 101 feet a minute. That felt lighter than that. But we'll take it. And it is pending, so we'll kill it. And reset. Okay. Good. All right. Now let's start getting into the nitty-gritties. Okay, the ones that usually grade harder. All right, they got us at 167. So not a bad landing whatsoever into Manila.
Traffic will be in 1084.
Oh, rain getting ready to move in.
To runway 06 via Golf 8 Whiskey, Charlie, holding point, hotel.
All right, and the one we go off of. Ooh, not bad. I'll take that landing in a heartbeat. Let's complete the flight. And all right, Sim Toolkit, 137 feet a minute. That's kind of what I felt like. It kind of, that was a good crosswind. You got that wing down, that little bit of a slip like you're supposed to for crosswinding. I really like that landing. And I know you're going to give me troubles. What do we got? I bet it's hot brakes. We'll get to it in a second. All right, so 4 hours, 3 minutes flying time, 1,400 miles, 19,800 kilograms of fuel. 1.2 on the landing G's, and 137, as we said. 134 was the landing speed. I should have wrote it down what we were supposed to land at. I know 140 was our approach, but didn't think to write it down. All right, we landed 2,300 feet down the runway, 9 feet off the center line. Okay, we'll give it to you. Okay, this is one of those. All right, from the blue dot. Now, of course, the blue dot's not there in real life, but the threshold line is. All the hash marks are 500 feet down the runway. In the U.S., this is your aiming point. It is usually here, 1,000 feet down the runway. Elsewhere, like I said, it can be 1,000 feet to 1,500 feet, depending on runways as well as country rules. So not too bad actually. 2,300 feet down. Hence why we couldn't make the taxiway here. But see how they even show it here. We didn't get that. We had to go all the way up. So, all right, and we're parked pretty much where that plane is. But number-wise, everything looks really good. That was a really nice approach. Okay, brakes are hot. I kind of figured. So what you can do to alleviate this if you're planning to go out, with the chocks, which we do have in place, turn off the parking brake. And that way, getting that metal off the brakes helps cool them. Now, we're off VATSIM, correct? Let's make sure. Yes. All right, so let's pop out. You know what? Let's just, yeah, pop out. That's good. Let's give it a try. All right, we're going to replay this. Perfect. All right, and I will speed it up. Don't worry. Okay, let's see how this looked onto the ground. If we can get a swing around, that would be nice. Wow, so much for this idea. Holy mackerel. All right, well, that is just not working like I wanted. We'll just kind of leave it like this. Folks, that just was not good at all. Like I said, we'll just leave it as is. Hope you all enjoyed. Actually, let's take a look at one thing that could be causing. Nope, it's not saying it now. So I hope you all enjoyed. This will be the only one. We do have a meeting to get to tonight, so I would be really remiss in starting another flight. So hope you all have a great day. Thank you for flying with us. Thank you all so much. Duluth for moderating. And like I said, Pete FS9 came in about 8 hours, few hours prior to us coming online and following. So thank you all so much. Have a great night. God bless you. And remember the reason why we have this great season of Christmas. We celebrate the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, came to save us from our sins. Have a great night. God bless.